morning to everyone. Welcome to the Conference of Cooperation at the Mediterranean area. Especially, and a special welcome to those who come from so far, so different countries on the Mediterranean Basin. Most of us know each other for other projects. And what we hope is to exchange all the achievements we had in these previous years and successful experiences in cross-border cooperation in many different kinds of development and exchange of successful experiences in improvement the economic situation in all countries from the north and from the south. We have learned from each other about how to do it in a better way and try to have a better welfare for all the citizens around the Mediterranean. And I don't want to take much time, but I think the best is to start. And we have the pleasure to have as a General Director of Casa Mediterráneo, Andrés Perelló, who has had a long experience in public service and political aspects, and before staying here, he was an ambassador for the UNESCO, for representing the Spanish state. And few more things I can say about you, Andrés, and you are welcome. And if we can give an applause to him, you can take the floor.
Good morning to all of you, and welcome to Alicante, welcome to Casa Mediterráneo. Bienvenidos, benvenuti, marhaba. Casa Mediterráneo, as you know, is a public diplomacy institution dependent of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the European Union, the Generalitat Valenciana, as well as the City Council of Alicante and Benidorm and the Provincial Council of Alicante. From these headquarters in the city of Alicante, we project ourselves to all the countries of the Mediterranean, promoting Alicante, the Valencian community, and Spain in all its dimensions. We also bring the culture, economy, gastronomy, and ways of life of the rest of the countries of the Mediterranean basin here. Furthermore, as you can see, we are in an old train station which has been disused for a long time and which has the particularity that this is a work of Gustave Eiffel Studio. You are looking at an architectural jewel that represents and symbolizes the Mediterranean and its people. Our sea, for countries and before the discovery of other great oceans and continents that created new areas of influence and political decisions, was the great center of the world. Great navigators, traders, migrations of all kinds and causes, culture, religions, and even inventions took place in this water of this sea. Phoenician trade, Iberian culture, the Roman Empire, and Islamic culture reached our peoples via this ancient sea. We owe everything we are to the facilities that these waters gave to the transit of civilizations, culture, and religions, or the people that inhabit the lands and that, having reached his source, decided to cross it. It is true that today, this sea represents a reality that is sometimes uncomfortable to pay attention to. On its shores, we find wars, religious and territorial conflicts, some failed states, migration that reflect a clear sense of inequalities, not only between the northern and southern shores, but also within each of them, between different classes, social classes, and between men and women. However, this not means that we should resign ourselves to this look of defeat. On the contrary, we in this House believe that the time has come to rediscover the Mediterranean, to establish synergies between all the elements that unite us and establish a community of economic interest, cultural diversity, languages, religions, and policies which can and must contribute much to the world. We make up almost 8% of the world's population, and 50% of GDP. We share a sea, climate, gastronomy, festive and cultural traditions, and a proximity that allow us to join forces, to bring our companies closer together, spread across distant countries that at the moment seem very far away due to the circumstance that the world is going through, the change that the economy is undergoing, and the new transport costs, for example. We must value our strengths, our good neighbor lines, and show political and religious tolerance. We must take advantage of our cultural and linguistic diversity, our geographical proximity, and our common history. We can give the world a clear example of coexistence and peace at a time of anxiety and tension that threaten the stability of the entire planet. So, welcome to all of you, especially those of you who have traveled from your respective country to be here today. This meeting will allow you to share your vision and experience from your involvement in the creative project. Many thanks also to the promoters and organizers of this meeting, in particular, Joan Calabuig, Regional Secretary from the European Union and Foreign Relations of the Presidency of Generalitat Valenciana, the Director of IBASE, Julia Compañ, Vicente Blanes of ITEX, as well as Ricardo Sánchez from the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are delighted to be able to collaborate in an initiative like this, in which public and private actors join forces to strengthen collaboration. I wish you a good job and good discussion. Thank you so much.
Now we will have the pleasure to listen to the Manager Director of ITEX, who for sure is going to give us a vision of some more technological aspects of cooperation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Alicante. Let me tell you in beginning a few words about ITEX. ITEX is a technological center which is working to improve the competitiveness of the small and medium companies, mainly in Valenciana community and in Spain. We are focused in three kinds of activities: innovation, laboratory services and certification, research, and technical training. And we have, at the moment, 350 people in staff. This staff we have in Alcoy and Valencia about 300 people, and we have 50 people abroad in China, India, Bangladesh, Mexico, Brazil, Turkey, mainly. Okay. After this few information about ITEX, I have to tell you that it is a pleasure for me to welcome you to Mediterranean Cooperation Days, a place which different kinds of stakeholders from the private and public sectors meet to join forces to boost the manufacturing industries such as textile, clothing, footwear, and leather. ITEX is in charge of 17 international projects. Creativity is a tool to promote manufacturing sectors have been aligned that ITEX have been working on for the last 8 years. In this sense, Creative Project was born as a continuity of projects like Creative Wear and Reframe, in which the eco-process laboratory were studied and defined. The technologies available in the lab are micronebulization, laser technology, ozone finishing, knife coating technology, spraying techniques, as well as complementary technology as hot melt, lamination, and calendar. We are very happy to be the lead beneficiary of Creative. This is the only project led by a Valencian entity funded through any CBC MED. As lead beneficiary of Creative, we are proud to share with you some figures. 80,000 people have been involved around the MED area. Recently, a call was launched in which 250 entities were registered in the matchmaking platform developed. 82 proposals were submitted, and finally, 16 proposals have been selected for funding that will create 21 new alliances with 16 new business models. This event is a very good opportunity to share best practice among different representatives of the Mediterranean area, including representatives of the countries of the Mediterranean area, higher councils, Chamber of Commerce, association, research center, universities, to find the gaps and propose new strategies. So I hope you have a very successful event during today. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you again to all of you, and those who are looking at us through a streaming or YouTube or will see this video afterwards. We have collected here so many people from so many different countries, and now we have three institutional speeches from those institutions here represented, the Ministry, the Spanish Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and we also have Generalitat Valenciana as the regional government, and of course we have the representation of Valencian Institute of Competitiveness as this co-working in making it possible, this conference. We are going to start with Ricardo Sanchez. Ricardo Sanchez is a Deputy Director in charge of Foreign Relations in the Secretariat of State, Spanish State, for the European Union. And I think you are here.
Thank you very much indeed for having invited me to this seminar. Thank you to ITEX, to IBACE, and especially to Casa Mediterráneo for giving me this opportunity of speaking in an old railway station. I've never done that before. This is a very special place, beautiful. Thank you. We're in a seminar dealing with strategic cross-border cooperation in the Mediterranean area. And I suppose we need to talk about the context where this cross-border cooperation comes from. And I was told that I had to say a couple of words about the southern neighborhood, so the neighborhood of the European Union. And I'm very glad to talk about that. It's part of our work at the ministry, and we give a lot of attention to that. As you know, the southern neighborhood started in 2003 with the eastern neighborhood. Unfortunately, the southern neighborhood is a bit delayed from the eastern neighborhood. They have sort of an architectural institutionalization which is coming in the southern neighborhood. We have 10 Mediterranean partner countries at the other end of the Mediterranean. And although the eyes of the world are now focused in Ukraine, and it is right so, and that's a moral obligation as well, we are always remembering that, as they said in the old Italian song, gira il mondo gira. So we have to pay attention to other areas, and from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and from the Secretary of the European Union, we do our utmost to concentrate the focus on the Mediterranean. For Spain, it's a strategic priority. Over the last 3 years, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been very active, in spite of the pandemic, in promoting the southern neighborhood. And that led to having a very, very important document, which is the new agenda for the Mediterranean, which was produced in April 2021. That's extremely useful because it gives us a roadmap, a clear context to deal with the Mediterranean. And I want to refer to the 5 priorities of this new agenda for the Mediterranean, which are human development, governance and the rule of law, resilience, prosperity and digital transformation, peace and security, migration and mobility, green transition, energy and environmental aspects. It goes straight to what we're doing here today with this seminar for strategic cross-border cooperation. We have a roadmap there. As I said before, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is trying to do everything in its power to promote the institutional architecture of the Mediterranean, of the southern neighborhood. Last November, we had at the end of November, we had in Barcelona the 3rd ministerial meeting of the southern neighborhood. And this 1st of December, I'm proud to announce that we are going to have the 4th ministerial meeting. We think it's extremely important to create a dialogue, a constant dialogue with our partners and give it political clout. So all these seminars, all this cross-boundary cooperation is fostered and goes further. But we have very many new tools, and some of them are extremely important. At the end of last year, a new instrument was set into motion, a new instrument from the European Commission, and that is the so-called Nandici Global Europe Instrument. And the first word of Nandici is neighborhood. It means that 10 former instruments were absorbed by this Nandici instrument, and of course the neighborhood, the southern neighborhood is included there. 12,700,000 euros are to be devoted for the southern neighborhood. We have as well from last year, at the same time of the new agenda for the Mediterranean, we have an economic investment program which starts from 7 million euros that intends to capitalize 30,000 million euros from everywhere. So, I mean, these are very important conceptual and financial tools. But we have as well bilateral multi-annual programs with all our partner countries at the Mediterranean. They have been worked through priority partnerships, through joint declarations, through action plans, or through special measures. And what does it mean? It means that by dealing individually with each country, we're trying to have tailor-made, so bespoken, individual measures for every country to see what they need, to see what they are looking for, to see their expectations and meet them. There are regional programs as well, and there are migration programs, so to deal with this very important aspect of migration. So with these concepts and with these tools, we come straight away to the point of the seminar today. I came across only a couple of days ago with the idea that all these seminars represent a living laboratory. And I think this living lab is the very concept which embodies what we're doing here today. We are working together, all stakeholders, and trying to find a better understanding and a better way of intermingling along the Mediterranean. The stakeholders come from all walks of life, from public and private administration, from civil society, from ONGs, from everywhere. And that's very important to have all of them on board. Our idea is that cross-border cooperation is has very much to do with regional integration, and that's what we're trying to foster. But through all these programs, and especially because of the priority partnerships with every country, we think that we are arriving to a shared ownership of what we're doing, of all the concepts we have for the southern neighborhood. So this is the right place and the right time for the materialization of these programs. We have the conceptual ideas, we have the means and the tools, and we just need to implement them. The great Spanish thinker of the turn of the century, between the 18th and the 19th century, a thinker from the Enlightenment, Jovellanos, said that political economy is the science to tell how to govern men and women and make them happier. And he spoke about the idea of public happiness. It's interesting because at his time, we're going back a long way. We are going a long way back. At his time, it didn't exist the concept of public-private partnership, but he was talking exactly about this without naming it. And so I think what we are doing today is something which was already in the mind of the great Jovellanos. We're trying to create a sort of transboundary public happiness by being sustainable, by being innovative, and by being inclusive. This is the time to materialize all of this. This is the right place and the right seminar to intermingle with all sorts of states this year, and it's the third of this generation. It's a very big program, and it's interesting to see that among its specific objectives, there is a youth strand, there is to foster the idea to foster civil society, and especially there is an objective to promote the role of local communities. So I think this seminar goes to the very core of all these ideas, which are embodied in the Interreg NextMed program. I'm very happy to be here. I think by doing this, we're trying to close the economic and social gap between the different shores of the Mediterranean, the two shores of the Mediterranean. Thank you very much again for inviting me. Well, I am here to learn and to listen from you. I seen in the program that there is a very distinguished panel, and I wish all of us a very good debate. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for your very interesting speech about the position of the ministry and the situation in the cooperation in this beautiful area of the Mediterranean. Now we are going to listen a speech to Joan Calabuig, Mr. Joan Calabuig, who is the Regional Secretary for European Union and External Relations in Presidence of the Generalitat. Please welcome to Joan Calabuig.
Okay. Good morning, and first of all, I want to transmit to you the warm welcome of the regional government of the region of Valencia and his president. Thank you especially for those who come from after a long trip until Alicante, this wonderful city. And of course, I hope this will be a day with very interesting exchanges between one and the others. After this, of course, I think it's necessary to congratulate Casa Mediterráneo because they do wonderful work here, wonderful work because they are improving the relations between the two shores of the Mediterranean in many areas, in the culture, academy, security, economy, innovation. And these, of course, are the basis for the progress and the new opportunities for all working together. And, of course, I want to express also my congratulations to IBACE, the Instituto Valenciano de Competitividad Empresarial. They work very hard to support the enterprises of our region, improving their competitiveness and also their internationalization and the cooperation between different countries and enterprises. And of course, to all members of this program, NECBC Med, part of them who are working in Valencia, and also, of course, to the European Commission for this kind of initiatives. And this kind of initiatives, what they underline is our interdependence. Of course, if we can work together, if we can progress together, this is the solution, because it's impossible in the world like today's world to work alone without the collaboration of the other countries, other projects. And of course, in addition, I want to express my congratulations. I want to highlight really the importance of this program CREACTIV and the leadership of ITEX. This association for the research of the textile industry has a fundamental role for our industry. They collaborate very actively, creating innovation, new technologies, and also offering to the enterprises on the ground these innovations for work better, for being more competitive, for being more modern, for have new opportunities also. Maybe you know the textile industry is a very important industry in our region for many, many years. And of course, they have had very difficult times
not many time ago. They were in the front line of the competition in this globalization, especially the competition with the countries of Asia. But I think this work for innovation, for design, is fundamental to compete in today's world. And of course, I want also to express my congratulations to ITEX for their leadership in this strategic project. Project, in any case, is more than 3 million euros, and of course this is an important amount. 6 countries in the Mediterranean who are collaborating, working together for this project. And of course, this kind of projects show us the way for continue working together. And of course, I want also to express the support of the regional government of this project to NECBC Med for now and for the future, because it's essential to have this kind of project for work together. And of course, with this kind of project, we will find not only the experience of technical solutions, we are only in the reality working to create bridges between the two shores of the Mediterranean, nets for the future for work together. And this is in reality the success of this project, but is the success of all the people who are here. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last greetings will be delivered by General Director of External Relationships in IBACE. Please welcome to Mr. Jordi Sebastián.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you very much to all of you. Welcome. Welcome to Alicante. Let me please tell you some few words about what we are doing in IBACE. As my colleague have just explained, IBACE is the Valencian Institute for Competitiveness. We are a regional development agency. We are working with a lot of partners all over Europe and also in the Mediterranean. But I would like you to remember and to think about the concept, because when we are speaking about competitiveness, of course, we are speaking about innovation, we are speaking about digitalization, internationalization, but we want also to speak about sustainability and about good social impact. We are helping our small and medium-sized enterprises to be more competitive, but competitiveness is, of course, a synonym of quality of our products, but also quality of life for our people, our workers, our entrepreneurs, and quality of our environment, because, as you know, climate change is not a joke. Climate change is not a problem for the future, it's a problem for the present, and we have to tackle it. Yesterday, I made a speech, so I don't want to repeat my words, but I would like to underline which are our goals in this project and which we all. We are speaking about cooperation. We have to remember that cooperate means to collaborate, that means to work together at the same level, and that means that all the partners must be ready to learn from the others. We were speaking about transforming Mediterranean space into a space of solidarity. We were speaking about transform economy as a very important tool to improve quality of life of our people. And we have to work to build a very strong Mediterranean identity. I think that if we think about Mediterranean as our space, our identity, even our family, relations with different countries all over the Mediterranean Sea will be better. We have to think about that. My family, my identity is Mediterranean. We have to reivindicate that we are from the Mediterranean. We have not to forget that, as I told yesterday, our civilization is born here, and we have to be proud of that. But of course, we are also speaking about business and tradition. And first of all, we have to be very proud of our tradition. We have to know, we have to make it useful that tradition is a strong base for competitiveness. We know how to do the things. Our craftsmen and our craftswomen have been doing the best products in the world from centuries. We have to be proud of that. We cannot lose this heritage. We have to reivindicate our tradition. I'm absolutely sure that one of our first duties is to help them, to help these people who have been working for a lot of time to preserve this tradition at this kind of very, very good production. So, as one of the main goals of the Creative Project, let's make tradition meet innovation. Let's work together. And I'm sure that if we do that, and we think of our countries as a family, nobody will stop us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jordi. And the next presentation was planned to be done by Jesus Fernandez, but representative of the Ministry of Finance. But he regrets to not be here. And we have changed a bit the agenda, and it's going to be done the presentation by Mr. Van Santernus, representative of the Western Branch Office located in Valencia.
Good morning, everyone. You know that our program, ENI CBCMED program, is about one thing. It's about cooperation. And cooperation is not possible if we don't have this type of meeting from time to time. If you don't meet, if you don't speak, if you don't exchange, if you don't share a coffee, if you don't share a glass of wine, if you don't talk about the past, about the future, what is cooperation? Can you imagine a program of cooperation and we end the program and you have never met? That would be crazy, no? And I like very much the word from the representative of the ministry when he talked about happiness, because also cooperation is about happiness. We are not, and we are not going to be a technical program. Of course, we want to reach technical results, but it's about happiness and cooperation. And this is possible, this is made possible thanks to all of you. Well, thanks to the region of Valencia, with 2 representatives today. They believe in the power of cooperation, and this is not something that all the regions believe in. In fact, there are many skeptical people. They think, why cooperating with the South? They don't know it. But we are lucky in Valencia because they see the power of cooperation. The same about our ministry. Of course, all the representatives of today, IVASE, Casa Mediterráneo, our friends coming from abroad, Palestine, Tunisia, Jordan, our long-time friend, Mr. Alaez from Egypt, which is supporting us in so many projects. Italian people that made the efforts to come in their national day, because yesterday it was the Day of the Republic, so all our Italian friends are at the beach today, but they are with us, so special thanks to them. And then one name in particular, which is Miriam. Miriam from ITEX has been working in ITEX, but for this program for so long, and she has made possible this type of cooperation, this type of happiness. I know that you are willing to know about the future, that you probably have good ideas already for the future, and this is what this presentation is about. I'm going to introduce you the next program, so it's called Interreg Next Med. I think the name is a bit easier now because ENI CBC Med, it was very tough to explain. Now it's a bit easier. And we are going to see the main features, meaning what you are going to be able to submit or to finance in the next future. So let's start. I hope that you will see well. It's a good test for your eyes. I think if I were you, I would be under pressure. So challenges, priorities, and opportunities. We always start with challenges because what we want is for the Mediterranean people to identify challenges and then propose solutions. That's, of course, the base of our work. This is a very formal slide. Why? Because the program is still not approved. It will be approved by the end of the year, but the things that I'm going to say are, let's say, 99.95% sure, but it's true that it's not signed yet. This is a slide which is rather complicated. I'm not going to say everything, but I'm going to highlight one point, and I know, and I always say I'm sorry if our program is very much, has a lot of burden, administrative burden. It's true. I mean, European Commission doesn't like to make things easy. Today we can say it because there is nobody from the Commission. But we also suffer this, you suffer it too. Even though we are all committed to simplification, and we are going to try to simplify your job, your day-to-day, we are not going to be the most simple program. I can already tell this, but it will be a bit simpler. At least we will be an Interreg program like the others, for those of you who know the other Interreg programs. So it's a bit simpler. Geographical scope. We have 4 Arab countries today here, Italy and Spain. That's already a big thing, a big result, intangible result of this program. In the future, we will have 15 countries participating, with 2 newcomers, Algeria. Algeria is especially relevant for Alicante, for all of you based in Alicante. I think it's a natural partner for you. The Mediterranean regions of Algeria will be with us. And we will have also Turkey. Always, we're talking about the Mediterranean regions. In the case of Spain, we're not talking of Madrid, Extremadura, so Mediterranean regions. It's already a lot, if we think. What is our mission? The mission of our program. It's at the same time very easy, and we know it, impossible to reach only with our efforts, but all together we can do it. So what we want to achieve is a smarter, more sustainable, and more social Mediterranean. These are the 3 axes of our program. And how do we do it? We do it through a powerful instrument tool, which is cooperation. Balanced cooperation, meaning that we are not a program that finances operations in the south, so it's not the granting system, it's a combined system. So we want the south to bring something to the north too. That makes us very different. So it's bilateral benefits. We want benefits for the north, we want benefits for the south. Our mission and our vision. That is probably one of the most interesting points for you. I'm not sure if you see it well, but this is the architecture of the program. We will have 3 main policy objectives, which is smarter Mediterranean, greener, and more social. In other words, we'll have business, we'll have environment, climate change, and we'll have social, including jobs and training. And then we'll have something which is a bit more complicated to understand, which is a better cooperation governance. I'm not going to enter into details, but of course I'll be there if you want more information. As most of you are interested in textile, not all of you, but most of them, let's see the 8 specific objectives that we are going to have under the perspective of textile. Textile can be almost everywhere. We are going to see it. Under business, we will still have one specific objective dedicated to SMEs, because more than 90% of the jobs in the Mediterranean are created by SMEs. So impossible to have a program without SMEs. We want them to go stronger, to have better capacities to go abroad, to go to the market, and to create jobs. If we are able in our program to create a few jobs, it's already a big, big result. So there, obvious continuation for this project or others in the textile industry. The second one under this thematic objective will be research, with a special dedication to the uptake of advanced technologies. And I was talking with some of you yesterday. Advanced technologies in textile, I'm sure that you are going to find easy proposal that can fit under this specific area. Green transition, maybe it's easier. It's still easier for you, for the textile industry. You are a very polluting sector. It's the truth. We have facts. So there is a lot to do with this sector. Water will be our first specific objective in this area. So far, we have had water projects mainly dealing with agriculture. It's natural because it's where most of the water goes. But you can also think of project ideas with improving water waste in industry, or in industry like yours, sorry. So this is also a possibility. The second one is energy efficiency. I think that there is plenty of room to reduce energy efficiency. Until now, almost all the programs were focusing on energy efficiency in public buildings. And that was nice, it was good, but by the end of the day, we always had the same projects. That was a problem for us. Now it's open to other fields, even to the industry. So I think that there too you can fit. We will have a specific objective on preventing climate change risks. We can imagine a project on the sea level rise, for example, or preventing catastrophes, droughts, fires. Okay, this is not really related with textile, though I don't know. Sometimes we have people with such a creativity that they are able to link a sector to something we could never have expected. So everything is possible. And then we will have a specific objective on circular economy. And I think that on circular economy, everything can fit. Almost everything can fit if it's well presented. On the social objective, only two specific objectives. One dedicated to improve the skills, to improve the employability of those people who are fighting to find a job. So we can imagine a project on training, improving skills of the young people, of women, etc., in your sector too. Then we will have something new in our program. We have never addressed health services. It's totally new. It's because of the pandemic, of course. All the states that are creating this program, because the program is decided by the states, among them by Spain. They saw that it would be a good idea that for the first time we address health, and especially the quality of health services and how people can access these services. This will be probably the most specific objective that we'll have, and maybe not for you, but there is plenty of room for you anyway. And then we'll have the specific objective on governance, and we are building this priority to make it simpler for you to understand because it's less concrete. Having this architecture in mind, what do you have to think if you are sitting there and you are wondering already, how can I submit a proposal? The first thing that you need to have is to identify a challenge or a problem at Mediterranean level, not at national level. If there is something that is a real problem in Palestine, for example, but It's not a problem for other countries. You can address it in other programs, but not in our. Obvious examples is olive oil. There is nothing more Mediterranean than olive oil. So that's why we always have projects on olive oil. But that's the most obvious one. There are many of them. Identifying a common problem, finding partners. I mean, you can already be partners for our next program. Identifying common solutions that you can work on together, pilots, for example, and then see where it can fit. That's how you should proceed. The good thing is that we are there to support you. Valencia branch office to support the Western countries. So here, Tunisia, Italy, and Spain. And you have in the East Zone branch office in Aqaba, which is also there to support you. Some people does not need help, like Mr. Ala, as maybe ITEX, you're so strong now that you don't need that much support. But for those of you who are still newcomers, don't have a lot of experience, of course you can contact us anytime, anytime. We don't have a sectorial approach, but as many sectors have been successful in this program in the previous, we have listed a number of non-traditional or not the typical way of listing sectors. This one, for example, instead of falling under textile, would fall under creativity, because you are working to improve creativity. So that would go in that way. You can find digital transition, sustainable tourism, etc. But don't worry about sectors, because all the sectors can fit in the program if you find a common problem and a common solution. I'm not worried about sectors. Budgets. We have received an increase of almost 40 millions. That is good. So we are going to be able to finance some extra projects. It's been very complicated for the states and for the program to obtain an extra 40 million euros. So don't think that it's not much. In fact, we are the biggest program in the Mediterranean in terms of budget, the widest in terms of coverage, and you know why we are also the most beautiful one, because we are the only one that allows this type of gathering. Calls, that's always the one point that you want to know. I'm going to talk about the first two calls, because they are the easy ones and the ones that you can understand, and the others are so far away that you will forget the information anyway. The first call for what we say standard projects will be launched in the first half of 2023, probably April, May. This will be a twofold type of project. We will have the very standard one, a bit like ITEX has done with creative, but a bit less ambitious, because creative is a strategic project, so it's more important, more impact. And then we will have a specific strand under this call for the use. And this is rather difficult. We're still defining how we are going to do. But what is for sure is that we want to reach the young people better than we do so far. And in principle, we'll do it in a double way. Either the partners will be owned by young people, so organizations with a young CEO, for example, that exists, or a normal entity who can demonstrate that a high share of their activities or their budget is aimed at young people. That will be one of the strengths of the first call. So don't worry if you don't fit in this category, if you don't work with young people, you still are able to participate in the other strand. But if you are lucky, you can participate in both. And then we'll have the second call on green transition. I think you hear me better now without that noise. Green transition meaning that we will open a call to all the 8 or 9 specific objectives that we've seen before, but with a horizontal scope objective, which is green transition. So probably all of the objectives will be open, maybe excepting health, because we still don't know how we can combine health and green transition. Not easy, but we have to think a lot. But the rest will be there. So you will have a first opportunity in 2023 and the second one in 2024. I think the times are rather good. We are always the last one. We are aware of this. But for those of you who can participate in other programs that are opened now, for example, our brother program, the MET program, it's good because you have time to be there now, and when we launch our call for proposal, you are free to work on it. Our advice is that 1 year is nothing. So if you wait until we launch the call to think about at least identifying a common problem, it will be too late. So that's why yesterday I was discussing with several people of you and trying to identify already project ideas, because it's the right moment, especially when there are people from different countries. Yeah, that was the last slide. I will be free to attend all your questions, I think later on, because maybe now I don't want to put pressure on the agenda. During the coffee, anytime, you can call us. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent. We hope to be there in the next call. We will do our best to be in. And now is the time to go to the coffee break. I want to give you some explanation about the showroom we have put there in the catering. You can see that there are a lot of prototypes from some projects that ITEX were working on, Creative Wear, Reframe, and we have also put the winners of the call we launched, so you can also have a look of our sub-grants awarded. And then we have also an exposition and exhibition of the School of the Design of Alcoy, and some prototype of care application, okay? So I hope you enjoy the gallery also. And just another issue, I want a favor from you, just if you could came here and we take a familiar picture, okay? Thank you. Now? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the next session. Thank you so much. Now, we are going to discuss about the NECBC MED successful stories implemented, achievements, lessons learned, and new challenges. So first, let me present myself. I am Miriam Martinez. I have been working in ITEX for 15 years, and I am the project manager of Creative. And together with my team, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Can you please return and seat it, please? Thank you. The Creative Project is funded by the European Union through the NECBC MED program, focused to promote the creativity in the manufacturing sectors, textile, footwear, clothing, and leather sectors. The partnership, as you know, is composed by 11 partners, plus 2 associated beneficiaries located in Spain, Italy, Tunisia, Egypt, Palestine, and Jordan. The partnership is well-balanced, having entities and representatives from public institutions, associations, chambers of commerce, research centers, and companies. The presentation of Creative is going to be divided into 2 main branches. The first one is going to be presented by myself with the most important technical highlights of the project. And then my colleague, Roberto Algarra from IBAZ, is going to tell you more about the tools we have developed in the project in order to promote and boost the activities of the public entities and the economic agencies. Well, I am going to start with the first step of Creative execution, that was the development of a general study of the countries involved in the Creative. What we are good on, which are our main barriers, which are our main stakeholders, and which is the economic situation of our countries. This was some of the questions we answered with the study we developed. So then, 6 general studies were developed in order to study and know more about the project and about the countries involved in the project. This was the starting point of the project. Once the general study was carried out, an in-depth analysis was needed in order to know the weaknesses, the threats, the strengths, and the opportunities of the manufacturing sectors involved in the project. For this, we used a well-known tool analysis, that is the Swot Analysis, and we studied, you have in the screen, all the main points of these sectors: textile, clothing, footwear, and leather. So how can Creative then help me to improve? The idea was to define and set up the correct mechanism in order to correct the weaknesses, to face the threats, to maintain the strength, and to exploit the opportunities. Then, an in-depth study was needed to know more about the needs to be covered to the companies, how to exploit their capabilities, and which resources they must be in order to ensure the correct mechanisms are really focused to help the companies. To achieve this, 6 engagement seminars were organized, inviting experts and companies from our MED country involved in the project. Due to the pandemic, there were some of them that were organized at online level and others physically. Having the study made, it was the moment to do the transference of the good practices matured in 2 European projects developed previously, the Creative Wear and the TCBL. In this project, new business models were defined from the North partners, ARCA, municipality of Prato, ITEX, and were transferred to the south. After a lot of work to define the capacities of the entities that are managing the labs, as well as the resources and possible collaborations at regional, national level in order to support these labs to offer the services, 3 new labs were created following those from the north. The north labs were those that you can see in the screen. The Heri Lab that was focused to promote the heritage of Prato, textile and clothing sector. The Eco Lab in order to boost the eco-processes by using innovative sustainable technologies, and the Make Lab in Sicily, Italy, in order to boost the co-working activities and also improve and boost the activities of the startups. The new labs were established, as you can see also in the screen, in the South partners that were the Net Lab in Egypt in order to promote the communication and dissemination networking activities, the Techno Lab in order to boost the technology that could be applied to the smart textiles, and the Design Lab that was focused, the Techno Lab was established in Tunisia, and the Design Lab was established in Palestine in order to promote the design in the manufacturing sectors, especially those coming from the leather sector. After the lab's definition, it was needed to check the viability of the work done, so an open call was launched. A platform for matchmaking and for the call application was developed, and 250 entities were registered. This is the tool that we developed. You can see in the screen, A social media campaign was launched. We reached a total amount of 80,000 people around the Mediterranean area, and finally 82 proposals were submitted. After the evaluation procedure and the meeting organized of the steering board committee from the experts coming from the partners of Creative, 16 projects are going to be funded, and 21 new alliances are going to be created. Now we are on the stage of signing these agreements. And these are the project funded, the ones that you have seen also in the screen in the gallery. The projects will benefit from 12,000 euros, an economic grant, the possibility of developing a new business model, the mentoring services and cross-cutting technologies that will offer the labs, and the networking and dissemination activities that will be organized in Creative. For example, in November, it's important to mention, and you are all invited to join us, a fashion event will be organized in Igualada. To finish my presentation, I want to show how we want to see Creative in a near future. We think there is a lot of potential to be further exploited. We want to see the labs running to give services to the manufacturing companies, being managed by the lab managers, being maybe having some help from the with financial resources coming from public institutions, establishing new synergies that could help to enlarge the labs with new services. Seeing the opportunity that this model could offer, we think it could be transferred to new countries on the Med area. Also, we want to maintain alive the platform created as an opportunity for matchmaking for business collaboration. And that's all from my side. Thank you so much for hearing me. And I remind you that we are at the social media and the website, and you can follow us and you can check all our activities. We are very, very active in social media. And now let's continue with the next presentation. Now it is the turn of Mr. Roberto Algarra from IBACE. He's the head of the European Programs Unit, and he's going to present the second part of the creative project focused to public entities and financial agencies.
¿Y cómo lo pongo en grande para que yo lo vea aquí?
Es que creo que no lo puedes poner porque está en modo presentación.
¿Y yo no lo puedo ver?
A ver, así.
Entonces, well, it's no problem.
Es así,
Okay.
o si no ellos lo ven doble.
Okay. Hello. I'm going to talk with some different tools we have prepared and create in order to help, also to help future cooperation and the day after the project is finished. These platforms, these tools will be there to help all of us, all the partners, to follow with the help of the companies. And this platform gives permanent information about the situation in the financial offer at the regional or state part. And the first tool we have developed with the help of the project is FIAPTIC tool. Okay, FIAPTIC tool has been financed partially with creative funding, but it's also coming from another European Interreg Euro project who started to develop the idea that maybe if we have a tool, a flexible tool, that can collect all the financial offer at the territorial, and we actualize these financial instruments which are available for all these actions we implement, not only with creative, but with any actions to give sustainability to our sectors. And so we created a tool for to easy manage the financial offer in the territory. And as of course in an internal meetings we will explain more in depth, because the problem of a platform of having to collect an offer of financial offer is to make it easy for the real actors who are creating these financial instruments. So we have designed a very easy platform which is ruled by a general administration, but the territorial, the country administrators give the capacity to the Business Angel Association, the financial institution, to upload their products or their financial instruments, and from the administration, territorial administration in Tunis or in Tunisia or in Egypt, they can analyze which are the offer, the real offer of the institution. Of course, the difficult part is trying to convince those big offer of instruments to upload in an easy way this information in the platform. For that question, we have translated it to English, but also to Arab, and to make it easy. And it is very easy to upload your instrument. And I suppose in your countries, as in Spain, those instruments, if they are public or there are in the webs as well. So if one of the institutions is not very in favor to upload, maybe the territorial administrator can upload itself. Yeah. But at the end, the use of this is that you will have all the financial offer you have in the territorial. So it will be usable in the future, not only for creative activity, but for other uses. Because at the same time, at the general administration, you have the possibility of sharing information. Is my phone? No. Of sharing information. And do we, is you or me? Okay. We could make benchmarking. For instance, there is a country who has a very strong development of business angels institution. And there is another country that do not have this figure in their financial offer. So we can make future interchange of information, how to promote business angels, or how to promote convertible loans or new instruments, financial instruments, and we can, from one country to another country, exchange these experiences or contact between them. So the platform, in an easy way, what tries to do is this, and you know, is a very complete platform. You will try it afterwards when we finish this. And you can exchange the information. There is a general administrator, which at this moment will be IBASE and ITEX, but it's completely flexible. And we assign the territorial administration, which is the country administration, and the country assigns to the different banks and financial and venture capital, business angels, the user capacity for uploading the information, okay? I don't know if I've been able to transmit to you the information, but in the project, we will go deeper in order to, and you will see the easy way and the complete information about the instruments. For instance, you will know from where the funding is coming, if it is for small and medium enterprises, if it is for a specific sector, if it is for new created companies or for established companies, all the information about the instrument will be available in the tool. So we will go deeper, and I think you will find it very interesting, not only for the project, but afterwards. And we also put on open to all the countries and the partners of creative the possibility of use another tool which has been developed with the help of different European projects, the work of IBASE, and this is a new way of looking at guarantee the focus or guarantee the feasibility, the guarantee of success for the future of the companies. And we were really worried because things change so more. You know the Ukrainian war, you know the pandemic, you know many different aspects, new regulations, that you, at a company, you must to have relativity or true data in order you can plan your strategic position. And we were thinking about this, and we thought that the more accurate data is at the sectorial level. And we designed a work of cooperation at the sectorial level with the main actors of the sector, with the Technological Institute, with the I don't think you can see the screen, so I'm talking about with the Technological Institute, with a cluster, with the development agency or the public administration, and all they cooperate in order to build the future scenarios and to help the companies to do a strategic planning. Because, as it was said, the worst of the plans is better than having no plan at all. And it's very difficult for a manager to go outside the day-to-day problems who are really very much, and try to think in the future. So it's Masde is a platform with different tools to help the companies to planify it. And the platform, as I said, I'm trying to resume it. It helps it helps the company in different phases. We have created a first phase, which is in an extensive action in cooperation with the cluster, the Technological Institute of the academia, and the companies, and also the financial sector. We have developed some diagnosis tool, intelligent diagnosis tool, who analyzes all the success variables of the company. And the second phase is some workshops with also an informatic tool, which is implemented by a consultancy expert in strategy in cooperation with the Technological Institute, and works with the company in a more deepest way, not in a big statistical point of view. And another third phase is trying to create subsidies to the companies to make their own strategic planning. I know it's a lot of information, but I try to synthesize this. And there is a fourth phase, is trying to, those companies who has worked strategic planning, trying to find financial resources, because when you have a plan, you need money to implement the plan. For instance, in sustainability or carbon print, if you wanted to change from diesel to another more green and sustainable, you need to do investments. So we are working in new instruments or agreements to give funding to the companies. For instance, now we are working in the possibility of creating a guarantee fund for those companies who have a strategic planning. But we are also, when we talk with the big commercial banks, they told us we needed it because we know how to evaluate financial risks, but this is not the successful variables of the company. What we have to learn how to evaluate, and we do not have people in our risk departments, is if the company is thinking on digitalization, on international markets, on management of the talent, on all those variables that this analysis of Masde is giving to us. So the banks said, okay, it's a very good idea. If the company has with this information, we have more arguments to say yes to the loan or to invest in this company. So you can see the utility of Masde instrument also to get funding for the companies, yeah? Okay, and the best thing is that this is not a auto-checking platform or tool. It is a cooperation platform because it forces the Technological Institute, the cluster, and the public authority to talk about the company, and they do the work together. So they have more actualized data of, for instance, which is the role in this mechanism of the Technological Institute, analyzing the level of technology the company is using, and which manages, which future problems the company is going to have if it is not possible to change the technology just in this moment and not when it's late, yeah? So it's a cooperative work what they have to do together. Okay, and you know, the company answer, well, there is a graphic of cooperation between them, and I can't see if you can see it in the screen, but I'm going to explain it. But the main thing is that this first tool is a long and hard work we have used more than 100 experts in the different fields of digitalization, of internationalization. For instance, we have the general manager on companies in Telefonica, which more than 10,000 people working for them, working only in the question of digitalization. So the questions are really well thought. We spend more than 1 year working in groups in each of the analysis point. And from this, we have 180 questions about the different areas. And once the company answers the questions, the tool in an intelligent process analyze in those aspects the company is not has a space of improvement, and asks automatically questions of reflection to the company, open questions. And the other question is that not all the sectors are the same. For instance, if you are talking about textile, you have to invest a lot of money. You need a lot of assessments in the company. But if you are talking about video games, maybe you do not need big investment. So you have to adjust the tools to the sector and the subsector. For this, before implementing the tool in a sector, we have a meeting with the Technological Institute, with the cluster, and with the Regional Development Agency to adjust the weight of the questions in the questionnaire. So it's the way we adapt the questionnaire to the specificities of the sector. Okay. As you can see, we have different areas of analysis. We have human capital, markets, or internationalization, production systems and innovation, finance, digital strategies, business model, and now, especially because of creative, we are adding 2 more areas. One of it is creativity, and we analyze the level of creativity we have at the company, and also sustainability. And maybe in a short period, we'll add another tool, which is the carbon print of the company. The company will answer some specific questions about the vehicles they are using, the combustible, the fuel, or what they are using, a battery of questions. And after this, they will have a standard answer for the carbon print of the company. And it will be also useful for the companies to know, because, for instance, in the community of Valencia, now we have launched a law who punish those companies who has with different sanctions, those companies who are really have a high rate of carbon print. And also forces those companies to develop a strategy on how to improve. And the tool says also which actions it can be taken to reduce the carbon print in the company. So, as you can see, the platform in the future, and it will be perfectly available for all of us, is the first step for cooperation. We put it open to all of the different countries in creative, okay? And you can see in the pictures that afterwards there is the reflection phase. I'm going more quick. There is a phase of reflection, questionnaire, and the important thing is at the end, you can you have 3 evaluations. The company answers the questions, and then the first report of the questions and the reflections goes to the cluster, and the cluster reads this, the analysis of the company, and makes an evaluation of the company, not a scoring as at the school. Analyze it and see if it is coherent, and if it is this company is very far or very close to the medium company in the sector, or which ways of management can improve in relation to other companies who are doing the work much better. No? And so you have a cluster evaluation. Once the cluster evaluation is done, all by the PC, all in an informatic way, in this moment goes to the Technological Institute, and the Technological Institute makes an analysis about the capacities and the art of the technology and the production capacities, and if they can improve in technological aspects. And once the technological evaluation is done, it goes to the Regional Development Agency or the political agency, and they gave some recommendations or a more institutional analysis to the company. And all the three evaluations are signed and generates a report. And the report is property of the company. This company with this report can go to the bank or to an investor and says, this is my company, and you can see my assessments, you can see my financial data, but in what I'm giving to you is the real feasibility of success I have in the strategic point of view. And it gives value to the company, yeah? And we generated this report, and you can see some examples, because we also find the data, the standard data of the medium company in the sector and the best company in the sector. So at the same time, the report gives information to your company in comparison with the medium and the top companies in the sectors. So you can see in which way you can improve in the different variables. And the report will have also this information. It also gives you a SWOT analysis about the advantages and the risks you will have in the future. So all this, you have an example of the DAFO and the evaluations of the different actors. And all these tools and methodology is completely available to the partners of Creative, and I am open to share with you all those tools, and some of them are translated into in the Arab and French. The others are in English, but of course the software is open. We can always translate into Arab or any other language. So this is a practical step of cooperation, and it will be available for you. If you have any question, we can talk afterwards.
Thank you so much, Roberto. Now we are going to do the next presentation that will be carried out by Mrs. Elizabeth Parisi from Marca. She is the project manager of ARCA and will present USolve project.
Good morning, representative of Vivace, High-Techs, the Casa Mediterraneo and Europe Direct, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. Good morning and thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to present an outline of USolve, sharing with you the results so far achieved and the way forward. The USolve project is founded under the NEC-BCMED program. It contributes to the priority A.1.1 of the program, support innovative startup and recently established medium and small enterprise. It involves 10 partners in Italy, Greece, Cyprus, Jordan, Egypt, and Palestine, 5 partners in Europe and 5 partners in the South country, and 6 associated entities. USOLVE shifts the startup creation process towards an entrepreneurial sustainable development strategy, which bridges active policy for supporting entrepreneurship with the implementation of sustainable development goals at the urban level. USOLVE applied the theory of change to socio-technical systems. It addresses a combination of factors that prevent the transition towards sustainability in urban systems and offers a pathway for innovative solutions to emerge and scale. As a change-making project, it integrates multiple perspectives to identify urgent challenges in a G-local perspective with spillover effect both on the single stakeholders and on the business ecosystem, with expected employment and self-employment achievements. The target of the project are youth and women, potential young entrepreneurs, startups, and young companies. The most urgent SDGs challenges in Mediterranean urban communities are forced into an open innovation pipeline that allow coalition of entrepreneurial agents of change to emerge, creating qualified jobs and economic value, while supporting the transition toward a sustainable model. The partnership will contribute concretely to the priority of the program through the following action. The first is the strengthen and interconnect entrepreneurial ecosystem at the Mediterranean level to an accurate mapping of the stakeholder. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh. Okay. The second is select and support innovative startup and young SMEs in a transnational space. From the point of policy, develop a strategy and policy recommendation for nurturing impact entrepreneurship, which can become a reference model for future application in the area, and generate a Mediterranean community network of urban hubs for change where knowledge providers, development agencies, innovators, and impact investors strengthen the economy with a sustainable development framework. The concept of donut economy as the appropriate balance of social development and environmental preservation is discussed along a 3-step process, from individual interview to discover opinion and knowledge, across focus group to identify priorities, to work participatory event, to share vision and build strategies. The process is being founded upon a solid mapping exercise where the key stakeholders have been identified, analyzed, and engaged. This allows the introduction of more advanced tools which will support the participatory development of local open innovation strategies for the sustainable development of the Med cities. The mapping phase was completed. Over 500 ecosystem actors were mapped in the 6 countries, and about 60% of them have actively participated in the survey. These are the challenges that were most relevant in the 6 countries and cities involved. We propose 8 challenges, and this is the result on the 6 countries. Urban and transport planning and waste management are the most important about in all countries. Now the network analysis and the participatory process are ongoing. In this map, you can see the location of the hubs in the city the project focuses on. All hubs are managed by the local project partner and involve local municipalities and other relevant stakeholders in the specific area. In Cyprus, the hub is located in Nicosia. There is one main hub and 2 satellites, and the opening will be in the next September, October this year. In Egypt, the location is Alexandria, will be opened in the 25th of June. In Greece, the location is Larissa, and the opening is 4th of July. In Italy, is located in Palermo. Inside Cantieri Culturali alla Zisa is a complex of industrial archaeology reconverted to factories for production of cultural value, and the opening will be in the late September of this year. In Jordan, the hub is located inside the Center of Excellence for Innovative Projects of Jordan University near Bid, and the opening will be the 9th of June. And in Palestine is located in Bethlehem and inside Palestine University, and the opening is the first opening the 8th of June. USOL planned through a subsequent selection process to finance 30 business initiatives. Initially, the value foreseen for subgrant was 240,000 euro. As one of the outcome of the participatory process with stakeholders, we requested to increase to 300,000 euro the amount of the grants to increase the direct impact among the beneficiaries. We will launch the call at the end of this month, and will be a two-stage call. We will select innovator who will present solution and project to respond to the local challenges identified in each city. We will select about 200 innovative projects, 30-40 each USOL country, to participate in the capacity building activity, training, mentoring, networking, to transform their innovative project into sustainable business model. The selected innovative project will submit for the second stage a default proposal for subgrant upon the completion of capacity building program. The evaluation and award 30 subgrant, 5 subgrant for country, and average 10,000 euro per subgrant. The expected results are 300 young people, women will participate in capacity building and training activity, creation of a new job, 20 approximately mid-term business and technical contract for startup, 40 position in enterprise, the creation of a toolbox for the implementation in an effective SDG-driven open innovation process, and finally also increase the expertise for public authority and brokers, while 300 of these people will be involved in specific training activities. In terms of future sustainability, the project outputs aim to strengthen 4 of the dimensions of the theory of change. The infrastructure, with the settlement of the 6 territorial hubs with a specific business model and distinctive value proposition, with the extension of existing network and further capitalization of projects, about the policy, with the settlement of policy proposal addressed to promote entrepreneurship as a tool for the sustainability development of urban context, and finally for culture, production of a cultural change to embed the sustainability dimension within the business, creativity, and innovation mindset. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here and for your kind attention. I will be happy to discuss any question and to get further comments and suggestions during the break. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the presentation. Now is the turn of Mrs. Brandt and Mrs. Hanin, Project Manager and Financial Manager of Leader International, that will present the main outcomes of the project MedStart.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, I think you can hear me better now. Hi everyone, my name is Rand Abdelkader. I'm a project coordinator at Leaders International. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who is attending this meeting. I'd like to also thank ITEX, EVATHE, and everyone else who was involved in the management and creation of this event. And lastly, I'd like to express my gratitude and thanks to everyone who spoke before me. Firstly, I'd like to briefly tell you a little bit about what we do at Leaders International. Is it changing? No? Well, I can't really see. Okay, thank you. So, at Leaders, we aim to deliver relevant interventions to developing economies. We currently have offices in Palestine, Jordan, and Belgium, and we are trying to expand to the Swot region and sub-Saharan Africa. Some important notes are that we are working or operating in over 10 countries in MENA and East Africa. We have supported over 40 business support organizations and enabled over 3,000 MSMEs and startups throughout our work. Lastly, we have partnered with over 50 global development actors. So these are our expertise. We work on MSME development, entrepreneurship ecosystem, digital for development, financial inclusion, tourism value chain, employability and workforce development, communications for economic development, and economic policy. So firstly, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our projects, our donors and our partners, and then I will go into detail about our work with the NECBC Med program. So through our regional offices, we are implementing projects with the support of different partners and donors, such as COICA, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the European Union, etc. This work is implemented mainly in our offices in Jordan and Palestine, and we are trying to enter new countries at the moment. Where economic interventions are needed and are relevant. Thanks to the NECBC Med program and thanks to its support, we have been able to support and empower over 100 entrepreneurs and innovators in Palestine. We have delivered this support through capacity building training modules, coaching and mentoring, and financial support. We are currently working on 6 different projects in Palestine that are supported by the NECBC Med program. The first one that we started is MedStarts. Through MedStarts, the consortium aimed to develop the capacities of up to 75 non-bankable young and Mediterranean females and males. So the project is implemented in Palestine, Lebanon, Tunisia, Italy, and Greece. So the support through this project came through different modules or different support mechanisms, such as trainings and mentoring, coaching sessions. It's been a very difficult project for us because it's the first NECBC supported project that we had. The project started at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was very, very challenging. We had to adapt the entire project to fit the new reality that we were living in. But I'm happy to say that I believe that we have done our best to succeed to a certain extent, or I would call it a success, because we are working with really amazing entrepreneurs. We have formed a beautiful network of 60 cross-border institutions from all our partner countries, where we discussed common challenges that occur within the microfinance sector in the partner countries. And we have participated in 3 cross-border forums to come up with a strategy to solve these solutions. Now, I'd like to share a few success stories from our beneficiaries. I believe these are some of our more impressive ones. Obviously, all of them are great, but these are really hardworking, ambitious, and innovative. So the first success story is Turqat, Pathways for Car Services. They offer car maintenance services. This is an innovative solution to any car needs or vehicle needs in Palestine. We don't have anything like this. They completely digitized the process, and they are currently working in 3 cities, I believe. I'm not sure about the exact number of cities, but they were able to really develop this into a really successful startup that has a number of clients, and that is only becoming more and more successful as the days go. We also have Wheels, and Wheels is it has 2 different paths. It's a delivery application, so I would compare it to maybe Uber Eats, I think is in Spain, I'm not sure, or maybe Cabify, but for delivering food. But it's also a software, and this is where the innovative part that was developed through MedStarts. They were able to transform this application into a software that they want to now sell into and enter new markets with. So through the project, they were able to expand and scale up. They are currently working in 6 cities in Palestine and have about 27 monthly orders. This is a great number in Palestine because we're just entering into the world of digitalization. So it's very, very impressive, in my opinion. They are now trying to enter or access new markets such as Egypt and Jordan, and they are working to find new sustainability mechanisms. So I believe they have, because of the sustainability that was guaranteed through the MedStarts project, they were able to receive more and more support from other projects as well. Now, a very impressive or a very interesting thing about MedStarts is that based on its findings and upon its conclusions, we have started to capitalize on these outcomes. We didn't want them to lose all the work that we did, and so we capitalized on these findings and started the Restarts project. So if maybe some of you know, one of the type of projects that the NECBC Med program offers is Capitalization Projects, and these aim to utilize the knowledge and findings gained in previous projects and implement them again in order to maximize their success and impact. So the Restarts project aims to reinforce the microfinance network system for startups by promoting economic and social development and supporting innovative startups and recently established MSMEs. Next up is our Gmitz project, which aims at boosting the development of eco-innovative ventures in order to create employment and drive the green and circular economy in the Mediterranean. And this is I think, a very beautiful project. It aims to utilize the knowledge gained and the findings gained, the material that the lead partner, which is SCP RAC in Barcelona, that they developed. We are using their switchers, they call it the switchers, the switchers method of creating a circular economy. So they have we have an entire platform available at our that we can use and that our startups can use to fully develop their business from an idea, from their business model to their business plan and so on, in the most sustainable way. So it's all focused on creating a green economy and a circular economy. So through this project, we worked with 80 ideation and early stage startups, which developed their green business models and green business plans. They received capacity building workshops, green group and one-to-one coaching sessions, and 8 of them will receive sub-grants of 7,500 euros each. This is one of our startups that was in the ideation stage module. So Shabab incorporates AI, which is it utilizes AI and low-cost sensors to assess building conditions and suggest energy-saving and water-conserving methods through its mobile application. And you can see a picture of Dr. Abdel Halim working in the field. Similarly to MedStarts, we have the Reset project, which is also a capitalization project. It will utilize the knowledge gained through Gmitz, and it will work with local, national, and regional stakeholders to create strategies, policies, and regulations to stimulate the green economy. That's it for our projects. I'd like to briefly talk about the effect of COVID-19 on us. And then I'll give the stage to Haneen, my colleague, to briefly tell you more about this. So through COVID, although it had a very, I would say, negative impact on us, because we had to adapt really fast. We had to change our strategy, our plans for the projects. So we had to work quickly in order to adapt to this newly found reality. And we did this by digitizing all our activities. And ultimately, this was very positive on us, because now we are, I would say, we can do that very easily. It's within our expertise very easily. So yeah, that's in short what I wanted to say about the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, Haneen, if you'd like. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who listened, and thank you for your attention.
Good morning, all. First of all, I want to thank ITEX to invite me to be a part in this event. I'm Haneen from Leaders International, and I'm working as a senior finance officer in Leaders. I just want to add some financial points regarding the project. As a result of a pandemic, leaders had to adapt the situation by developing an alternative financial plan for spending on the implementation of the project's activities. And it was very challenging in terms of time, effort, and capacity, and also in terms of liquidity as well. Yet leaders has overcome this challenge, fortunately. Changed? Okay, regarding the sub-granting, as Leaders is a partner in the MedStarts Any project, which was started the implementation of the sub-granting activity in a very early stage. Leaders has faced a challenge in helping the selected beneficiaries to adapt the reimbursement system after they were informed that the adapted regime will be the simplified cost at the beginning. There was a cooperation between the technical and the financial staff in Leaders. The staff has supported the beneficiaries by arranging with them regular sessions and meetings to review their supporting documents in terms of finance and technician before they submit it. Also, Leaders has provided the beneficiary with a guide manual to make it easier for the beneficiaries to implement the activities and the spendings taking into consideration the program rules and the procedures. Leaders supported the beneficiaries in finding prosperous solutions to the issues and the problems that they were faced during the implementation period of the sub-granting contracts. Recently, leaders has succeeded in helping the beneficiaries to move forward and to implement the activities and the spending plan in a very efficient way. That's all. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ran and Hanin, for the presentation. And now we are going to pass to the last presentation that will be going to be done by Riyad Benazid. Riyad is the manager of Neotech's Monastir Technopark and will present TechSmet Alliance project.
Hello everyone, I'm Riyad Benazid, manager in Monastir Technopark. We are specialized in textile and materials, and I will present you TechSmet Alliance's project as we are a partner in the project. So, TechSmet Alliances is an acronym of Textile Mediterranean Alliances for Business Development, Internationalization, and Innovation. 13 partners are involved in the project from 7 countries: Spain, Italy, Greece, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, and Palestine. The duration of the project is 36 months, started in September 2019, and the end of the project will be September 2022, but we have an extension of 2 or 3 months. It will be, the deadline for the end of the project will be end of the year 2022. The budget of the project is more than 2.5 million euros. The lead beneficiary of the project is Tex4 from Spain, and we have the partners. We have 3 partners from Europe. The Confindustria Toscana Nord de l'Italie, from Italy, Helnik Fashion Industry Association from Greece, Textile Technical Center from Tunisia, Monastir El Fajja Competitiveness Pole from Tunisia, German and Arab Chamber and Industry of Industry and Commerce from Egypt, Amman Chamber of Industry from Jordan, and Palestine Federation. And Palestine Federation of Industry from Palestine. So the results and the outputs to be achieved by the project, the key planned results are 22 startups and SMEs being part of a new Euromed alliances, 26 enterprises satisfied with the consultancy services received, 34 enterprises participating at the cross-border business events, and finally 27 enterprises sharing common knowledge on specific items. The focus and the interests of the project are on 3 areas: internationalization, innovation, and circular economy. So the project idea was to launch CPC cross-border cooperation initiative as a preparatory phase for alliances, then we to transform and to turn successful initiative into alliances. So the program or the project, the initiative projects are a number of 4 initiatives. And the goal is to strengthen Mediterranean cooperation. And as I said, the target of the project is internationalization, innovation, and circular economy. The ultimate objective is to establish new Euromed alliances between companies and to strengthen their position on the market of the basin, Mediterranean basin. The first initiatives was launched when we have the pandemic of COVID-19, and we was discussed in internal meetings and with the partner of the project, and we decided to launch the health emergency initiatives by the creation of the health textile digital cluster in the Mediterranean, and we launched the platform of the digital cluster a few days ago in the symposium event in Monastir, Tunisia. This digital cluster is composed of companies specialized in textile production and health protection devices. The goal for this initiative is to ensure a rapid mobilization and production of tested and certified health protection device, as we need reactive delivery of the product on the market. When we have the pandemic, there is a problem for delivery and shipment from China and Asia. So that's why we mobilize efforts and set collaboration between research and innovation center to develop innovative solutions, and also to establish a database of Mediterranean companies across the entire value chain of textile production and health protection devices. The second initiative is dyeing small batches, and this initiative is based on the installation of new equipment in Technical Textile Center of Tunisia, CETEX, which is partner in the project, to support companies in the finishing of small batches and accessories. As you know, that it is difficult to make prototypes, and the big companies are not interested to develop and to work on these small batches. The third initiative is fashion relaunch, and this is to help companies to think their future after COVID-19 pandemic through a new offer and a new cooperation based on skills and energy of different countries. So the initiative aims to launch pilot collection created by local designer, taking into account the climate, color, and the Mediterranean culture. And the fourth and the last initiative is the circular economy, and it aims to raise awareness of the concept of circular economy and activate innovation and innovative and sustainable practices of creating mutual benefit through the recycling of fiber and fabrics. So after launching the call, we have to support 10 startups, and they will receive financial support up to 10,000 euro per sub-grantee, procure quality consulting service, but also procure inputs for carrying on initiative procurement of research, tests, prototyping, and also we can cover travel costs for meetings or participating in fairs and events, and also technical assistance from the project team. We have, so as I said, 10 sub-grantees, 6 from Tunisia, 2 from Spain, 1 from Jordan, and 1 from Egypt. I will give you a small presentation for the four startups financed and sub-granted under this Tex Medallions project. So we have the startup GetLabs, which is a Tunisian company, and it is under developing a smart and connected T-shirt that measure a set of vital parameters such as heart rate, blood oxygen saturation, and the electrode is made in 3D fabrics, patented and integrated in the T-shirt. First proof of concept with the approval from medical staff, and he will participate to a textile fair at the end of this month. The second startup is Nut Dyes. So Nut Dyes is specialized in natural dyes with additional properties, antibacterial and antifungal properties. The advancement of the project, so it is now it is in the phase of creating a relation between him and other companies in the Basin Mediterranean area to commercialize his product, which is the natural dyes with a range of color that is interesting for the creator of collection, because it is bio dyes that is extracted from the valorization of the waste of the olive oil industry extraction. The third one is Medical Pro, which is developing a smartwatch which will measure heart cardiogram, oxygen, blood saturation, and body temperature. And the fourth one is Floria, which developed collection of home decoration and animal wear from waste provided from the waste of his own industrial process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the ones that presented their main achievement in their projects. And now we are going to the next session, that is a panel discussion, the sustainable economic strategies for business development in the Mediterranean Basin. It will be moderated by Jordi Sebastià. So if you are so kind to be here with me, come on.
Oh. That's 1 hour.
Hello? Okay, it's working. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello again. Sorry for the delay. We have now to finish this morning session. A very interesting debate roundtable with our colleagues who I'm sure that have a lot of very interesting opinions and experiences to share with us. I'm going first to make a very short introduction of every one of them. Mr. Mahmoud Abu Hussein,
yes,
close to me, he is coming from Jordan, and he's at the moment the International Cooperation Director of the Higher Council for Science and Technology. Close to him, we have Mr. Siad Toame. Is this the correct pronunciation? Thank you. Sorry. And he comes from Palestine. He's the Ministry Deputy Assistant and CEO at the Higher Council for Innovation and Excellence in Palestine. And I don't know if you know this other colleague who is also with us, Dr. Ala S., the Secretary General of the Confederation of Egyptian European Business Association. And fortunately, we have also a woman, Madame Reem Said, General Director for Research Valorization at the Tunisian Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. And I'm sorry, but I have to underline that for next roundtables, we have to do a little effort to respect the gender balance. Fortunately, we have Madame Said with us. But it's another thing we have to work for in the future. Yeah? My colleagues are there supporting me. Okay, thank you. I sent you a couple of questions, but about the subject of cooperation. But of course, what I want is that you feel free to answer and to share your opinions and experiences about the concept. But I'm going to read what I sent to you, okay? The first question was about some experts warn that European strategies for industrial cooperation with South and East Mediterranean countries are based in wrong basis. As you know, it's a critical point of view, okay? And because of that, are not very successful. They also say that often these strategies are more useful for European countries than for the others. First question for all of you. First, do you agree? And which kind of mistakes do you see in the current strategies for industrial and commercial cooperation? First, please feel free to answer. We can start with our colleague from Tunisia, Madame Said.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a special panel to discuss with our partner in Mediterranean country about a common problematic, perhaps for the southern and east countries and the homologue and the European countries about this subject. So I don't want to speak about well or not well strategic between our countries, but as you said, we are all together to discuss and to present a solution for common problematic with our common area and with our common problematic and with our common thematic, which necessitate effort and the obligatory cooperation between us to have the solution, the common solution to utilize between us and to share between us to have a more and best level for our economy and development and social development of our country. So I see this problem from the implementation of project, but not of the view of the strategy of European countries or Union countries from the southern side countries and east countries of Mediterranean. So perhaps the problem is linked with the implementation of programs within this diversity in the southern and east countries compared for the northern countries who have a common system, a common according to the all of Europe countries compared to the others different countries of the south and the east the zone of ribs of Mediterranean. So perhaps the situation is more difficult to implement the project for all countries. There is a specific constraints and the specific own strategies. So this is the main problem must be resolved to have facilities, to have more facilities, to have more assistance perhaps for these programs to achieve them in good condition and in good times.
Shukran. Thank you very much. Very much, Madam Said. If I understand well, you are recommending more dialogue. You are recommending to focus in common problems. Mm-hmm. And according to your words, the problem is not in strategy, the first step, but in the second step, when we have to implement the project. Yes. And we have to be aware of diversity and specific needs of the different countries. Mm-hmm. And that means that we will will have to adapt the common strategy to the particular situation of every state. So, Mr. Toame, do you agree?
To some extent, yes, I agree. The main reason beyond that, in my opinion, that the strategies doesn't reflect the actual need, because the SWOT analysis for each country is not analyzed properly. For example, each country has its own strength, weakness, points, in addition to unique opportunities and threats. So that what's applicable in Jordan may not be applicable in Palestine. Palestine is having a situation where everybody knows, a political situation which needs a special attention on analyzing the strategies and the needs which is coming for the coming future for the political situation. So if you want to have, what sort of reaction on that, so I can give you suggestions how to tackle this issue. To tackle this issue, we can have some points, like just an in-depth need assessment at a country level is required. I think you have been in Palestine. I know you know it very well. I'm talking to somebody who has been in Palestine. Many people didn't visit Palestine and didn't know what sort of obstacles we are facing. So those who are visiting Palestine, they can really know what is Palestine and what is the situation we are living in. So if we're having an assessment at a country level may help in solving these issues. Another point we should focus on form focus groups from the public sector, from the private sector, and from academic sector as well. I have another point that developing a national and doable roadmap that prioritize the interventions and projects at a country level. We are having different aids, different projects, but we don't have priorities for that. We need this team to make priority for each project which is in need in the country. And also we have to focus on sustainable aspects in all phases phases of developing this roadmap. Sustainability is needed. It's not the question of just bringing the project and the project goes and comes. We must search for the sustainable points for such projects. To make sure to put this roadmap as a reference for the development agencies and donors community, and to ensure synergy and full coordination between them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have, at least these two first interventions are more or less the same point of view. Mr. Abu Hussein, you are working in the Council for Science and Technology in Jordan, so you have a lot of information about the developing of these sectors in your country. Do you think that European strategies are suitable for the situation in your own country?
Actually, maybe I agree in some points. I have to take this issue from two ways. First of all, from the EU countries, I think we have a gap here between North, South, and East countries. We are talking about the readiness, technology readiness level maybe. We are talking about the facilities and some other points. So we have here a gap. So when you what this strategy, or are you looking to the cooperation, maybe you will face this problem that we are suffering from in the South countries. On the other hand, maybe we have to tackle some of our weakness points in the South countries and also in the East. We are talking about the weak of the institutional framework for sustainable and strategical cooperation. On the national level, the cooperation between South-South, Southeast, and then between the South and North. Also, maybe we have to tackle the many of regulatory barriers determining the sustainable cooperation and more active implementation. Some of times we have our strategies, we have our cooperation, but how we can implement and how we can move on and how we can sustain this cooperation. I think also we have small efforts. Maybe we need more, but now we have small efforts target the financial and technical support towards the SDGs. As you know, now we are talking about SDGs, how we can implement some of our programs, our project to achieve our goals, to offer something sustained to our community. Maybe in the last, I have to talk about the weak deliver service that encourage sustainable cooperation strategy. Maybe we have this strategy on the national level, and we mentioned how we can cooperate with EU countries, but sometimes you will find maybe many strategies, not one strategy on the national level. Maybe if you go to all of our institutions on all sectors, you will find many of these strategies that maybe decrease our effort or decrease our cooperation, and how we can to do that cooperation and how we can look to this strategy. So if we can tackle the north side and the south side, we are talking about something maybe agree and something disagree with this with this strategy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think things are becoming more and more complicated, but there are some very positive experiences, because we have underlined some problems, some misunderstandings, and obvious differences between North and South. But there are some organizations which are working for a lot of time in cooperation, and they are successful. And we have here with us Mr. Ala S. And as he has been working for a lot of time in the Confederation of Egyptian European Business, that means that he has a lot of experience about cooperation. And I'm sure that with all of us, she wants to share some of his secrets to have success in this kind of cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I'll switch hats. I'm supposed to be here on this panel wearing my hat as ASCAMI, which is the Union of Euro-Mediterranean Chambers, representing the 300 chambers around the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, with around 20 million member companies. So with this hat, let me put things in perspective. First, you cannot offer coffee to all. Some might want tea. With that perspective, if you go to Valencia, you ask for paella, it's different from the one you'll have in Barcelona. If you go to Bilbao, it will have rabbit, not seafood. So the point is, within the same country, you cannot generalize. Okay. And within a region, you cannot generalize. You have the green belt in the EU with needs. I'll use Vincent's word, challenges, not problems, and aspirations. If you go to Nordic Europe, it's different. If you go to east-west of the Mediterranean, it's totally different chaos. But let me flash back how the process of putting strategies happen. And here is where the change is required. On the bilateral basis, you have, in the cooperation, you have bilateral, so EU with countries. Then you have regional, then you have the cross-border that's bringing us together today. And what happens is there is what we call a long list. Each side comes with a very long list, wish list, dream list. And then they start talking together to come up with a short list of agreed upon sectors, initiatives, concepts, cooperation methodology. And then based on that, pre-feasibility is being done. Then based on that, we see the budget that's allocated. Then we downsize to reality of how we can really cooperate. And you end up with what are the sectors which is called National Indicative Program. The problem here is, by the time you finish this long marathon of discussions, fighting, lobbying, you end up with sectors, themes, concepts that we will cooperate in. But the reality of today is totally different. For example, in CBC, by the time they almost finished, they discovered pandemic. So health was added, though they do not understand yet how can I include health in cross-border cooperation. But we know it is a must. We have to include it. Yes. What they forgot is, for example, if they're approving it end of this year, you have a bigger disaster coming up, which is food security. Because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, you have a major, major problem around the Mediterranean, both European and Southern, gas, energy, and food security. And how can you last minute include them? Unfortunately, the process means you have to repeat the whole process once again. So the methodology, what I personally do and what we do as ASCAMI, we keep lobbying in Brussels day and night. We lobby in Sardinia with our CBC friends. We lobby in member states and CBC member countries where they are the decision-making body in the GMA, where we try to push our ideas as private sector representatives, as BSOs, where in a public-private partnership, governments speak on our behalf. They buy in our ideas because, honestly, it's private sector who knows their needs. Our needs, we know it. Governments are living in their ivory tower, seeing from very far and very slowly what are the true needs on the ground. And here are two things that are required. First, you have to have these strategies in a way gray, so you can blacken them, whiten them, depending on the actual real needs at the time you're implementing. The second thing, there must be a public-private partnership where civil society at large has its say. Governments are supposed to, in democratic systems, speak on behalf of the people. So they have to listen to the people and mediate that message and put it in the strategies. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. I'm trying to take some key ideas of what all you have said to improve the cross-border cooperation. I'm trying to summarize all of them. So first of all, we need more information and more dialogue between the two parts of the cooperation. We have to focus in implementation, because at the beginning strategies could be adequate, but when we arrive to the point of implementation, we used to find some problems. We need particular assessment, special to the very specific situations, especially in the south. We have, of course, we need a stronger cooperation politics to the south of the Mediterranean from the European Union. I used to push for that when I was MEP in the European Parliament, and it's true that the European Union is more focused on the east of Europe for a lot of time than in the south of Europe, which is also the Mediterranean. And only with this stronger strategy, we could solve the gap that you have underlined that we have still between the two parts. We have to see not problems but challenges. This point of view is very interesting. And of course, we have to enhance the private-public sector partenariat to work together and to use all the possibilities of private sector to detect and to know the real problems of different regions. And we have now suffering a very huge crisis, food security, energy, and of course, one of the first solutions is just to improve our collaboration with Southern Europe, with Southern Mediterranean area, because you have energy and you have food. and we need that, so it could be very, not only interesting, but urgent to improve and to enhance this collaboration. And I will like to ask you a second question, the last one, because we have not much time. This was not in your paper, so it's a surprise for you. But I have said 2 or 3 times that we are here to learn, and we have to be at the same level. So most of you come from European countries, with some colleagues from other countries, but we have a lot of European countries, and some of them with relevant positions in the ministry of the Spanish government or the regional government like me. So, please, what can we learn from the southern countries? Please offer your experience, offer your ideas to us. We are here to take your success stories and your point of view to be really successful when we want to speak about cooperation. You have a lot of expertise, and sometimes we Europeans, we have this idea that we have to teach everybody, and it's not like this, not at all. You have a lot of things to teach to us, so please, who wants to start?
You want to propose solution for this situation?
According to your experience in Tunisia.
If we resume all the points discussed, proposed, or presented now about this the actual situation of the cooperation between all countries, we have to review each one in itself to actualize his position and his situation for this cooperation to resolve his own problems or problematic to achieve the challenge the common achieve. So some of these challenge can be solved by our own self. So for us, for our Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, we attend some of common objectives for ourselves and for our Mediterranean countries, but to resolve all problems is not possible in each country. But we must put on an internal strategy, a known strategy to be in the same orientation or the same line to be in parallel update or be update to resolve all own problem in this in the time of progressing in our program, common program. So I suppose that the problematic of partner PP partnership, public and private, is a common problem for all countries. But for example, for Tunisia, we have to push to link this to have this linked with between public and the private, because this is considered is something to be one of the first challenge to have a development, economic or development, social development. So I consider that all of us have to put the state of the priorities and the challenges, own challenges, to be in day X, to be resolved with the common all countries in the Mediterranean. So I suppose that it depends of our efforts, on our effort, to achieve the objective or the goals at time or not, or to propose some internal strategy to achieve these goals.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to change the order of intervention. Mr. S., what could you say about things from the south which could be very useful for the north?
Okay, let's be realistic. First, we as business people, we do not see problems. We see opportunities, not even challenges. There is garbage in the street, then collecting it is a business opportunity. There is lack of energy, then having solar roof being sold is an opportunity. So we never see problems. We see the opportunity behind that problem. So that's why I'll follow up what my colleague from Tunisia just mentioned. We all have to look. And what we were discussing yesterday, I'm sitting here seeing this open end of this beautiful building. Our audience is seeing the stage. And the charming lady there is looking at the audiovisual system. But it's the same hall. Everyone is looking from his own perspective And what needs to be done is what you said at the start. You want to call it dialogue. I call it knowing the other, respecting the other, listening to the other, and coming with common denominator to what are the key problems we're facing. We're facing an energy crisis, we're facing a food crisis, we're facing a migration crisis because of job creation. So these are crises we're facing. We have to translate them into solution, into opportunities, then we can come. If you want a simple solution, we've been working since the start of the pandemic, about 200 experts preparing what we call the Mediterranean Revival Plan. It's a 360 pages document. We've been lobbying with it in the European Parliament, Council, Commission, not to mention Committee of the Regions. We didn't leave an institution, we did not hammer it there, where lots of them started understanding that these stupid idiots in the private sector actually have a point. And a lot of it has been included in different work plans, including what Vincent has mentioned today when he was presenting the NextMed plan. Actually, 3 issues were hammered through our side. They were our ideas, and we are happy and we are grateful that governments are switching from being the operator to be the highly needed regulator, and private sector and civil society should be the operator instead of being the spectator.
Okay, I like your optimistic point of view, always optimistic. Of course, we have to think more about civil society, the private sector, which sometimes is not, is not the protagonist of what it's absolutely necessary. Perhaps from a more academical point of view, Mr. Abu Hussein, what do you think about the possibilities of improving this cooperation and strategies coming from the soil?
Actually, yes. Maybe sometimes we have these strategies. We can enhance, we can rebuild, we can. But always I'm talking about the implementation and the sustainability. Maybe on the national level, I'm looking to the triple helix model. It's how to engage the academia, private, and public sectors, and how we can improve this model to be quadruple by engage the donors and quintuple by engage the civil societies. So we have this ecosystem and we have this model, but I think it's fragmented. So if we can enhance, improve this relationship between these 3 sectors, we can do something to achieve our goals. I think on the other hand, we need to start also from the higher education institutions and how we can implement the knowledge triangle model, how we can teach them the relationship between education, innovation, and research to improve them, to have good quality graduates to implement something new. If you allow me and give me more time, I'm looking also for this issue from 2 points of view. First of all, from the productivity and innovation, how we can consolidate the strategic framework for investment, productivity, and SMEs development, and how we can ensure that all stakeholders are represented in policy discussion, how we can strengthen the coordination and cooperation among policy implementation agencies, and how we can continue reforming and opening services for all targeted stakeholders. On the other hand, maybe we have to tackle the job equality and skill developments, how we can align strategies and reform on investment, employment, and skills development, how we can strengthen intergovernmental coordination and promote joint policy initiatives, and how we can provide integrated active labor market policies that are adapted to investors needed while supporting the most vulnerable activities. And the last thing, how we can raise the awareness about international labor standards and incentives companies to disclose their compliance with them. So, as a brief, we are talking about the ecosystem and how we can enhance the cooperation between the sectors and how we can achieve our goals by active the ecosystem on the national and on the international level to make more cooperation between the two sides, the south, north, and east also. Yes.
It sounds very complete, but not so easy to achieve. But we have a lot of challenges, of course. And Mr. Yes.
Yes, I just want to add one more thing regarding Jordan, which is a country dear to my heart. Jordan is one of the very few countries in the southern Mediterranean, I don't say east and southern, to me it's southern Mediterranean, that has an economic and social council, which is 1/3 employers, 1/3 employees, 1/3 civil society NGOs. And it's listened to. And you have the network of European Mediterranean social councils, ECOSOCs, that together they come up with recommendations that are listened to because they're represented. Let's not forget that the ECOSOC in the EU was the precursor of the parliament. Yes. Before you had the parliament, it was the first representative of the people. You have it in Jordan, you have it in Morocco, they're the active ones. In the rest of the southern Mediterranean, unfortunately, it's symbolically existing but not really working. So this could be a solution of having an institutional methodology to mediate the message of the people, the ones who can really think and provide strategies, up to decision makers.
Okay, we have to take advantage of the existence of these institutions. They are absolutely necessary in the dialogue to improve the cooperation strategies. And finally, Mr. Toame, you come from Palestine. Palestine is living a very, very complicated situation from a lot of time ago. But we have seen your colleagues telling us stories about startups, about promoting creativeness, about different business plans, different projects. So you have a lot of experience on how to create jobs, how to create economy, how to improve the quality of life of your people in a very, very bad situation. So how do you do it?
If you come back to the background where I am from now, I am from the SCIE. SCIE is the Higher Council for Innovation and Excellence. Who we are and what we are doing now. This body is a presidential body. It's initiated in 2013 just to take care of the innovators and entrepreneurs. This body is responsible, and first of all, it's an umbrella for all the institutions, entrepreneurship, and the ecosystem in Palestine. We have several achievements. We have two things. We take care of the entrepreneur or the innovator from A to Z, which means when he comes with an idea, we are ready to help him with any amount of money needed to come out with a prototype. Or if he's having a prototype, we are helping him how to develop his prototype. And we are having also an excellence fund, which this fund only to help the prototype after it's a product. Once he's not able to go ahead, with this fund may help him as an investment, which means that to come as a startup. Our main aim is just to help these innovators from the prototype till reach the startup. We are having achievements. Right now we're having 13 startups in Palestine, they are supported directly from the CIE. And we are having also a relation with all the ecosystem in Palestine as an umbrella for them. So there is an achievement. So startups in Palestine, the problem is there. It's not the question of the people, the question of the occupation. There is no sustainable things in Palestine. EU supporting us with all the projects, and after a few, 1, 2, 3 years, the Israelis coming, they demolish these projects, which means there is no sustainability. Our problem is the occupation. It's not the question of Palestine. We are having innovators, and the president also says, because our body is affiliated direct to the president, not to the government, says that there is innovation in Palestine and the Palestinian innovators, but the question is that how to be a sustainable in the coming future, sustainable projects, sustainable startups, sustainable ideas. This is our problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have had a very interesting experiences and ideas, and I would like to close with some remarks. I would like to summarize more or less, because we have a lot of information here. But first of all, remember, don't lose never the business point of view. We have opportunities. We have opportunities, not problems. Okay, Mr. Sis, that was the lesson. We have, of course, to focus the action of cooperation in very concrete actions, no general plans which are not useful. At the end, we need a very good assessment of the particular situations in every country. We have to learn also from the South experiences. We have to link academia, public and private sectors. Of course, we all in our place of job, in our institution, in our company, in our association, we have to push together. We have to lobby for a stronger European Union strategy for cooperation with Southern Mediterranean. We have to lobby in the European institutions. To lobby is not bad. To lobby is just a way to remark what is absolutely necessary to do. And finally, I would like to make you a recommendation. If ever in your work in any kind of project you feel disappointed, you think that it's very hard, very difficult, and you have the temptation of give it up, please think about the Palestine attitude and continue, because it is possible. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
والله نار.
Well, it has been an intense conference, not very cold conference, but of course it has been a very warm. We are talking about the Mediterranean, and Mediterranean is a warm place. To close the conference, I would like to ask to help us to close the conference to Mr. Ala Etz. I don't know if I have pronounced it properly. But first, I would like to introduce Dr. Ala. He was the first Under-Secretary of State and Secretary General of FEDCOC, Secretary General of the Union of African Chambers, SIBA and AEC, Chief Advisor of FAE, Vice President of Euromed, TDS and MEDA-Enviro, Chairman of EU Summit Executive Committee, Coordinator of Business Med and Executive Board Member of ASCAIM and Med Alliance. I would like to ask the help of and the very clever speech to try to summarize the main conclusions of the conference of today. And in this moment we will finish the formal part of the meeting, but after the meeting we will have the opportunity to take some pictures because it's important in a photo call, and also we will have some video interviews to some of the actors in order it can be kept and shown in the webs and other places. And in my part, and just to finish my participation, I would like to remember a quote of Stewart Brand, who was an author and an innovative thinker. He literally said that we can see the past, but not the influence of it. We can influence the future, but not see it. So this is the idea which has to guide our action for the future. We have to try to cooperate and use the knowledge we exchange in this conference and other conferences to improve the development and the economic and social development of the Mediterranean basin. I give the floor to Mr. Ala, and thank you very much to you all. After the photo call, we will have the lunch. Okay.
Friends, partners, it's always a real pleasure to stand between people and lunch. So I'm really enjoying it. So the longer I'm here, the more you'll be hungry. And before I start, Vincent, you were mentioning how can we have textile and health? Masks and gowns. There is a lot actually we can innovate in. At least masks that did not suffocate us, we can come up with innovations that make our life simpler. So these are ideas we're throwing. So let me bore you a little bit, repeating what you heard today. We, the CREACTIVE team, we, the Mediterranean Cooperation team, representing 80,000 involved people within our project, 20,000 B2B, received 82 proposals, 16 will be switched into pilots with grants, and bringing together 6 countries. However, through capitalization, we intend to go beyond the borders, not only of our countries, but the whole Euromed. We are an example of our Mediterranean. Thanks to the European Union, ENI, CBC Med, we were brought together here today. We met in this beautiful, historic Casa Mediterráneo, where if you go outside, you'll find the signs written in Spanish and Arabic. It's an example of our Mediterranean, of our cross-border cooperation, of our cross-cultural cooperation. This building was designed by one of Engineer Evil's team, who made in Paris the tower, who made in Egypt the first revolving bridge in history. And actually, he permitted suicide because it did not operate. So it was his end in Egypt. And naturally, we're together in beautiful Alicante, a city that I fell in love with decades ago, and I'm so happy to be here again, like all of you, once more. A city that portrays our Mediterranean and centuries of cross-cultural, cross-social cooperation that we are witnessing, that is strengthened through the CBC variety of projects and activities. And like all CBC, it's people to people. That's the real essence of what we do. It's not governments, it's not countries, it's not organizations. By the end of the day, it is people who work with people, who meet people for the sake of people. And with its waves bridging our shores through trade, innovation, technology, culture, and most important, I'll use the word you started with, friendship. And this is what lasts. I have met the team of ATEX 8 years ago, and we're still friends, and we're still partners, and be ready that we'll be bombarding you with more projects in the future, because this is a sustainable initiative that has been created under CBC. In that spirit, we are all grateful to the federal government of Spain, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and to the Generality of Valencia, who have spent the whole day with us. They did not inaugurate and run. And this is an important message where Spain is one of the leaders in public-private partnership. They're here to listen, to see, report, and maybe criticize, but at least they listen to us. And thanks to IVAC and ATEX, who brought us together, we were introduced to the complementarity of European territorial programs in a very spicy presentation that really mediated the message of what is the future will be looking like, with a focus on our Mediterranean challenges, opportunities, and the different initiatives that we can come up with in the future. And inclusive tools to create various projects. We were motivated by a sample of success stories, whether through our project or through other CBC projects, where we start getting ideas of blending, which we started years ago, and today the European Union is very proud of having their Team Europe. Team Europe actually is something we implemented a decade ago, and it's still going on for the future. We heard about the two new sectors, the green transition, which practically will be anything and everything, as well as health, and what applications we should prepare for by the year 2023 and by the year 2024. We discussed in an open spirit sustainable economic strategies for development of businesses, the core of our cooperation with emphasis on supporting innovation, youth, and naturally, gender equality. We were introduced to the Interreg Next Med strategy and the opportunities it has created. And together, I assume through all the discussions we have agreed on continuing and intensifying our cooperation, building more sustainable and solid bridges across our Mediterranean, supporting youth, women through technology transfer, innovation support, and access to finance, and creating a new globalized community of startups through cross-border cooperation, safeguarding, supporting, and globalizing our ethnic and creative industries, promoting co-opetition where we together cooperate, yet we can still compete, supporting comprehensiveness through complementarity, safeguarding our environment, which we did not inherit from our ancestors, we're borrowing it from our children. So we have to give it to them better than the way we have received, through reuse, recycling, and making more from less. Where COP27 that will be hosted in the Mediterranean this year would be an opportunity to promote such cooperation. And let me close with a piece of ancient Egyptian wisdom. Rig your boat, travel near and far, look for a wise partner, seek his knowledge, knock his door. Welcome in your home, this is how your people will prosper. This was said by King Amenhotep 4,500 years ago to the head of his commercial fleet, the first to ever cross the Mediterranean, to open the door for cross-border cooperation. And the same spirit, we all came from Palestine, from Jordan, from Tunisia, from Egypt, knocking your door, seeking your knowledge, looking for cooperation. And maybe the word we should use is differ. We are different, yet there is lots of commonalities. Differ means dialogue, innovate, flexibility, extend, and reactivate. So, thank you all. Thank you for bringing us together, and we look forward to our next initiative. Thank you very much.
So this is the end of the event. Thank you all for being here and for listening all the presentations and the speech that everyone has done. I want to let you know that the lunch is going to be prepared soon. So I want to have some memories of this event, and I want to let you know that we want to organize a photo call. So if you don't mind, we will do some photos of this event with some of us, and then we will pass to the showroom and the dinner. Okay? The lunch. Sorry.